Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. This is Dr. Shoutout. Today is Tuesday, April 18th, 2023. Yeah, for whatever reason, my media player, like the volume slider on the media player, did absolutely jack all today. And it blasted at 100%, and I don't know why. Like, no, that's not how that's supposed to go. That's not what's supposed to happen. Not at all. The volume slider on the program is supposed to control the volume of the output of the program. Didn't do that today. Don't know why. Anyway. So things have happened. Good morning. Hello. We had a weekend. Hope the weekend was good. I was busy. Oh yeah, it was taxing, and I cricked my neck the other day. I still feel a little bit of pain from sleeping on it wrong. Yeah, so on Saturday, yeah, I think it was Saturday, had a bunch of neck pain, and there were issues, couple things to take care of with my mother's vehicle, her Tiguan SUV, that we got last year towards the end of May. Since, if you remember, last year on my mother's birthday, she totaled her car. Yeah, that was not particularly pleasant when that happened. Fortunately, she, while she was technically at fault, she did not get any tickets because of it. She wasn't fined because of it. She showed up to court intending to plead guilty of the of turning without having the light. But she intended to plead guilty and then make her case, try to get lower fee because of it, and because of her telling the story of what happened, her circumstances. But the responding officer apparently didn't take notes. So he didn't have notes, and he wasn't really prepared to actually say things with authority when they went in on that day. So the judge was like, "Are you sure you want to plead guilty?" He was like, "Okay, I'll plead not guilty then." And he just tossed the case. He just tossed the case. But anyway, point being, we got the replacement vehicle, much newer, an SUV, replacing the much older Corolla, and we haven't really done anything for maintenance on this vehicle for the entire time. So it needs oil. It needs to have an oil replacement. It's like complaining about wanting to have an actual oil service on it, but that's separate from what I had to deal with. In that the tire pressure was bad, like really bad. And yeah, one of the tires was almost flat the other day, and I think that there's potential there that the tire will need to be replaced, that it might have a puncture, probably picked up a nail of some description, and it may be slowly losing pressure. But the thing is, last week it had done this over the course of a few days, where the car reported that there was low tire pressure on one of the tires, and about 4 or 5 days later, it became much more noticeable. It lost like a bunch of pressure over the course of about 4 or 5 days. So over the weekend, we go and we filled the pressure. So I had to figure out how to work the freaking machine to add pressure to the tires. So put pressure in that one, put pressure in all of them, because apparently they all needed more pressure. They're all supposed to be at like 41 psi, and they were all in the mid 30s or lower. That was wonderful. But we did that on Saturday, and as of currently, there doesn't seem to be any more problems, even with that one tire that was low. So it's like, okay, are you leaking or are you not? Or did you just magically cross some sort of threshold when you had lost enough pressure where just the weight of the car just pushed it further out? I don't know. Possibly. There might be just some magical number where if you get too low of pressure, it'll just lose everything quickly. But that was that. Had to do lifting as well. Cleaned the car. Cleaned the car because my mother had to go to the. She attended a brunch on Sunday at the yacht club in the city. So she didn't want to have a dirty car going to the yacht club, and I was like, okay, well, I'll go and I'll clean it. And so that same day, I cleaned the car. I took a rag and I went over the car to get rid of all of the like actual bird crap all over the car. Though couldn't really need to figure out how to get rid of pine pine like resin, like the actual sap that keeps falling onto the car. It's rather annoying. We have pine trees, and the sap is sappy, and it sucks to get rid of. So yeah, I was tired from the weekend stuff, and I played a fair bit of Factorio. So what happened? What happened in Factorio? How what why has everything changed? Everything has changed. In particular, because the last time that we met, we set up Purple Science. And in between streams, the Purple Science has begun to flow. So I now have a couple of Purple Science techs. I've picked up the upgrades to the robot's speed and cargo capacity, and I've picked up this wonderful technology that gives me access to these things. Nexalit substations. They're fantastic. They have a supply area 60 by 60 and a wire reach of 60. They happen to work out perfectly with Roboport Mark IIs, because the Roboport Mark IIs also have like 60 by 60. It says 120 by 120 on the construction area, but in terms of actual like placing item by item for the logistic area, yeah, it works out quite nicely to have them with the substations. So I've grown the mall like power supply area a little bit between streams, just a little bit. Everything is now Nexalit tile in the mall area. The Zungroar are moving. That took a very long time for them to actually get going and to get a supply of the cocoons. I ended up being lazy. I ended up getting a little bit lazy. And rather than wait for the cocoons to back up on the belts, which would have taken about 100+ hours of actual real time in order for that to happen, I decided I would put a little bit of circuit logic in place to pull out a cocoon every so often. So that's what I have done up here. I've set it's not perfect, but I set it so that there is a wire on the belt that is reading the belt contents. It's going into an arithmetic combinator where we are checking every eighth item to pass, but it's not really every eighth item, it's every eighth count, or every 8th like frame when there's objects on the belt. From what I can tell, it doesn't seem to be like actually individually counting each item. It's a little odd. It's a little odd. If I have it set to 5, which is what I want, is to pull every 5th, theoretically, or realistically, to be mathematically perfect with the actual output that I would expect of this system, it should pull out every 5th cocoon, because it only needs 4 to keep it going. 4 out of every 5 to keep it moving. But it wasn't behaving that way for whatever reason. I guess I would need like some sort of a memory thing that's actually counting to 8 and resetting when it counts to 8, and that would check on this. But rather than make it any more complex, I just decided to just make it a higher constant here, and it pulls out less, but at least I have some getting pulled out while the system keeps moving on all of these Zungroar. And eventually, hundreds of hours from now, it will theoretically back up on cocoons, and then the excess will just get put into will also end up being put into this chest from excess on here. Okay, that is good. The Vonix also got wrapped up. They're moving. Everything is awesome with the Vonix. Over here, I have upgraded Archods to Mark II modules of Archods. It's absolutely glorious. Gloriously simple once you actually have your beginning Mark II Archod. I believe with Archods, you only need 1 to start the process of the actual upgrading. So you only need to really make 1 from the like 0.5% chance recipe, and you can start the better process. And this makes 1 per second. So I have plenty of Archod Mark IIs to work with. We could do Mark IIIs. I could do Mark IIIs. The thing about the Mark IIIs is that in order to do the Mark IIIs, I need to make energy drinks. And we will want to do that together. We will want to make energy drinks together. That is what I ended up deciding in the grand scheme, because even though I could like get the initial like 1-ish that I would need to start the process of making Mark III Archods, I could do this recipe. I would need to make cobalt enriched moondrop flowers and zinc enriched moondrop flowers here in the mall. Bearing in mind the Mark II, to make the first Mark II requires iron enriched moondrop flowers from iron enriched biomass. So I did do all of this to get the first Archod Mark II, and then this will take the Mark II maggots to have a chance to get the Mark III Archod in the end. But the actual process of enhancing the production of the Mark III Archods, yeah, that needs energy drinks. It also needs Corlex and quality Corlex food. It's a bit different. It's not fundamentally different from the previous process. With the previous process, we are actually doing nests out of Ulrich for these Mark IIs, and that's fine. It also needs like Dilmo cubs, but it's literally just 1 building from for hatching the eggs into cubs, so I just did it. Wasn't too worried about that, but for the Mark IIIs, it does need energy drinks, and we will want to do that together. But I am semi-tempted buy, there is, I believe, a PyAE upgrade that changes the recipe for energy drinks to ethanol, and I think it gives a productivity to the doohickeys. Yeah, it gives 10% productivity to the PyAE buildings, as well as 25% speed, but it changes the recipe for energy drinks to require ethanol instead of water, but it also increases your output by 10 or by 3 units per cycle. So it becomes more expensive, yes, than even the original because it's using ethanol. But you get productivity on your PyAE. And I do hope that the tired PyAE output is not being affected by productivity because, yeah, that would be a net positive on the actual PyAE on your carapace production buildings. You would end up with more PyAE out than you need to put in if it's affecting the output of the tired PyAE. Yeah, Dolly. My Dolly behind my head. Otherwise, I don't really know what to pick here, but I will need the energy drinks before we get there. So, the game updated. We need to talk a little bit about the updates. That was some of what I've done between streams. We will be continuing to discuss the things that I've done between streams, but big thing to talk about. PySuite updated, multiple parts of the mods updated. We now have Diet Bacon. We now have Diet Bacon. Diet Bacon unlocks at PyScience 2. I don't believe that at that moment that you unlock it, you will likely have. I don't believe that you will likely have the ability to immediately build it. I think there's some of these things that you may need to build before being able to have it. Because this is a pretty complex recipe. You need mechanical part 2s and self-assembly monolayer material and Mark II towers and electric engine units, as well as EVA, in order to make these. It is a lot of stuff, which at this point in the game, in my playthrough, I have all of this. So I have effectively the ability to make as many of these as I could possibly imagine that I could ever need. Also, the game they changed a few things with modules. Oh boy. Yeah, so vanilla modules in the PySuite, if you are not using Bob's modules, will now require stuff that make mechanical parts. They'll require things involved in making mechanical parts. Those like and they'll require like electronics as well. Electronic 2s I think are needed for the level 1 modules. Electronic 3s for the level 2s and electronic 4s for the level 4s or level 3s. Excuse me. I think that's the case. I know it's electronic 2s for the level 1s, which is weird, and like the control panel thingies or whatever. Yeah, these guys, I think, are involved. The mark levels of these. It's different. It's different. They changed the recipe. And because they changed the recipe, that means I had to update my Bob's modules for Pyanodons mod. My compatibility mod. I had to update it to make it so that the level 1 modules have the actual cost of level 1 modules from Bob's modules. Because that's pretty important, you know? That's pretty important to have the vanilla modules cost the same thing. as the other level 1 modules and the level 2s and the level 3s. I went ahead and I did change the modified technology requirements on the vanilla modules as well at level 1, 2, and 3 because they made the machine parts or mechanical parts techs a requirement for getting into vanilla modules 1, 2, and 3, since they now require those parts that get unlocked at that technology level. I changed that. It's reverted. It's back to normal from my Bob's Modules for Plandons mod. Okay, that being said, I've also released a different mod. I've released another compatibility mod. I released a compatibility mod for the Ultimate Belts mod, as well as Oshima Pankenko's version, which is what I use. It should work with either one if you have either one. So, I noticed that there was an issue with this, in that this tech could not be researched. I think it was this one and it was this one. Could not be researched, these two techs. Why? Because this one, Extreme Fast Logistics, required a technology that does not exist. Same with this other one here, this Ultra Express. They required technologies that don't exist in PyMods. In particular, this specific Extreme Fast Logistics tech required the technology Advanced Electronics 2, which doesn't exist. And the Ultra Express Logistics required the Modules technology, which also does not exist. So I got rid of them. I fixed those two things. We can research these now. And that's really all that particular mod does, is it removes those prerequisites so that you can actually research the things when playing with PyMods. I don't expect it to be a particularly popular mod, but it is very useful if you plan on using Ultimate Belts with the Pi Suite, since it, makes it actually functional with the Pi Suite. Good luck getting to the purple science that you need to actually unlock these technologies, purple science and utility science. Good luck getting there, but hey, you can now do it once you get there. Everything is locked behind purple science for logistics 3, which I'm currently working on. But once I have these techs and I get all of the belt boxes unlocked, we can go all the way down to ultra fast or ultra express logistics. And these belts move at 270 items per second. Which is a few items, especially with this guy being able to do 5x compression. 270 times 5 is 1,350 items per second of stuff that could be moved on a single belt. And that's not even the highest speed of belt. The highest speed of belt is 450. For 450. Or 2,250 items per second when compressed. Oh boy. That's a few things. I'll be happy at over 1,000. I think. I think that's gonna be fine. The only things that I can imagine that will actually need that amount of throughput will be ores. I think exclusively ores. Maybe a few plates. Maybe plates on occasion. But in terms of like a build using that much throughput, or inputs for ore processing, could theoretically hit that mark, and ores being mined from mega mines could theoretically hit that mark. But diet bacon. Let us continue our discussion of diet bacon. Do I have a regular bacon to compare to? You know what? I'll just put down. So that's regular bacon, right here. This is our regular bacon. We are working towards being able to build an infinite supply of these at the moment. Just remembering that I had made vanilla beacons before these things were released, and that's why I have some right now when I would not normally be able to have these. It's just I had made some vanilla beacons like days before they released these updated beacons. Now we have diet bacon. Diet bacon is half the range on the AM sliders down to setting 5, which is the same setting of radius 2, I believe. But the distribution efficiency is 1/5 that of the bigger regular bacon. So it is 1/5 as effective, with 1/2 of the maximum range in general. So 5/5 gives us 2.5 distribution efficiency versus the regular beacon 5/5 being 12.5 distribution efficiency. So a bit of a difference in terms of the effectiveness. Now, you'll notice what I've done here. This is 5/5, this is 5/5, and they are not disabled by script, despite affecting the same entity. This is an update that has been made to the Pi Suite. This is the effect of an update that has been made to the Pi Suite, in that now the game will pay attention only to the same entity being the same settings. If they are different types of buildings, it will not disable by script between these. Which means that we can actually also have our... and it will only affect the AM/FM beacons. That's the other key thing here, is that the scripts should only affect AM/FM beacons. Hello. Yes, I'm just pointing out that the Bob's beacons should now be fixed. The level 2 and the level 3 Bob's beacons should now be fixed. They should not be disabled by script when affecting the same entity. And apparently, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but you can have a diet beacon and a regular beacon on the same AM/FM frequency without being disabled by script, even though the entry in the codex seems to say otherwise. Seems to imply that you should not be able to have the same AM/FM affecting the same building regardless of entity, but I think that this is preferred. I would think that the two different types of beacons should be able to affect the same entity. Yeah. Anyway, so I have beacons, and this changes everything. I have as many beacons as I could possibly desire. They're not as effective as the bigger beacons, but they're still beacons. So, yeah, I've been able to do a few things as a result of that. I've been able to do a bit of downsizing in a few areas. I'm going to say that the entire process of downsizing the base is going to take a while, and on the agenda is literally every single non-Pi alien life factory in my entire base to convert to using beacons. Yeah, I'm not actually kidding. I believe that every I want every single factory that is not high alien life, any or basically anything that could benefit from using beacons. I will need to go and I will need to convert it to beacons and also, scale in the process because of course I'm also going to scale production in the process of all of that. And yeah, it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while to get to everything. Um Also, next lit trains. Next lit trains. Yeah, now there are 4 beacon types between Diet Beacon, Regular Beacon, Bob's 2 Beacon, and Bob's 3 Beacon. But I cannot make Bob's 2 or 3 yet because I can't make the regular beacons yet. That's what we will work towards, is being able to make regular beacons. And then when I can make the regular beacons, I can make the level 2 beacons of Bob's beacons. Level 3 Bob's beacons are tech locked to like utility science. Yeah, utility science. Ooh. Is there a... Where do these 2 lines go? I'll need to have a look at the tech requirement for you. You should be... Huh. I'll have to check this again when I get all of the prerequisites for effect transmission, but I would think that because I have effect transmission, I should be able to get effect transmission too. But maybe this is just because effect transmission requires a whole bunch of other things. Because I'm looking at the like 1 step removed requirements, and it seems I have them unlocked at this point, so unless there's some other prerequisite that doesn't exist here, I think I may have to pick up all of the other prerequisites leading into effect transmission, but I need to do that anyway, in order to make regular beacons, so... Yeah, because as soon as I can pick up this tech, we'll be able to make these. As for whether or not I should make these, I'll have to decide that at some point, because I have to... What's the... It's 0.75, right? 0.75 effect... Control Shift F. Control Shift F. This does nothing. This button combination does nothing. Ah, something happened. Have I changed my keybinds? Oh, yeah, Control Shift... Ah, right. Control Shift F is what I've set for searching the, like, what is it really used for? Maybe it is trying to go into the what is it really used for thingy. Not that. Keybinds. Controls. Mods. Da da da. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. Right. So, with it being Control F, or what is it really used for, now I can't actually use that to do searching in technology, and that's why I had changed it in the first place. Control Shift F. What are we looking for here? Technology prototype, prerequisites. That's it right there. I have to kill that. I have to kill that. This should not be requiring advanced electronics 2. I have to kill that requirement right there. There is no advanced electronics 2. It's something I would have found anyway without needing to do this search. Hello, Ollie. There's the Ollie. Here. There's your thanks. Have Ollie. Have Ollie. Alright, well, after all that, I need to change this keybind again. Controls. What the heck do I want this to be? Mod. 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 Mod settings. Mod settings. Mod settings. Mod settings. Let's just leave it off. Whatever. I'll just have to click, or I won't even be. Oh, right. If it's off, I'll never be able to use it. We'll just go back. Control Shift F. Whatever. Whatever. Oh God. That is not what I wanted. Who did that? How did that happen? Bye, Ollie. Okay. All that said, and done. All that said, discussions have been had. What have I done with beacons thus far? Well, before today's stream, what I ended up doing is I went here right before today's stream, and I did a little bit of downsizing at sulfuric acid production. I've changed it. We're now using level 8 productivity modules over here, and I have 2 of this. This is 1,000 per second of sulfuric acid, and this is 1,000 per second of sulfuric acid. Isn't it beautiful? It's glorious. We've got lots of diet bacon all over. The only issue I have with this is we still only have Mark 1 desulfurizators. Still only Mark 1 desulfurizators. We actually need to go relatively deep in technologies. Yeah. We need mining machines stage 4. Stage 4, which is going to unlock Mark 4 fluid mining drills, but also level 2 grease tables and desulfurizator units, which Mark 2 desulfurizators is a Mark 2 building with Mark 2 ingredients. And yet it's unlocked in this tech here with all the Mark III stuff. It doesn't actually require anything at Mark III to make these level 2 desulfurizators. Same thing here with grease tables. These are legitimately Mark IIs with Mark II ingredients. They just make you wait until everything else is Mark III at this specific technology before you can get them. Just, for no good reason whatsoever. Anyway, I did that. I've done one other major thing, two other major things, actually. I'll go over to the hottest of hot air currently. And, yeah, so previously we had this. This is 1,000 hot air from outlet gas 4 with reheating of the outlet gas 4. All of this made 1,000. Now all of this looks like this. Looks like this with, All right, I forgot a rather important step here. One rather important step. This will also make another 1,000. Just so we are clear on that. This will make 1,000 hot air per second as long as I can get all the ash out of these things. Oh boy, yeah, and it's one building each, thanks to the power of the diet bacon. It only needed 2. This whole thing only needed 2 bacons, 2 diet bacons, when the other one is, yeah, pretty large in and of itself. And there it goes. It will begin moving again and producing even more hot air. It's absolutely glorious. You'll also notice I have my trains. I have the trains. The process of replacing the trains has begun. The initial trains that have been replaced are the raw coal trains. Some, not all, just a very small selection of ore trains, and some of the higher throughput fluid trains like hot air getting replaced with these wonderful high-tech floating locomotives. They go fast. They go fast. They go pretty fast. Now I have also, because of this, modified my fuel stops. I actually trimmed down a few of the fuel stops. I believe I only really have like 2 now. In terms of, yeah, only 2 fuel stop stations, because I really don't need all that many anymore, since these hold a stack of batteries that's 10, which is 5 gigajoules of power, and they go fast. So they don't, and they use less energy than the others. So, yeah. Everything is fantastic now with the trains. I have set up the particle accelerators with a supply of the doohickeys. We do need to bring in Nextlit to recharge these. That's one thing I had initially forgotten about. Do need to bring in Nextlit to recharge these batteries, but yeah, it's working fine. And these are hybrids. They are working with everything that I currently have for trains, including the ability to pull out anything that may still have the containers. Cough, hack, wheeze. I mentioned, hey, maybe we won't actually need to have this. Yes, we still actually needed to still have this, because there are still apparently some diesel trains that are running off of gas cans. They are getting replaced with rocket fuel. Speaking of rocket fuel, did you know Did you know that burners, chemical fuel burners, and every single building that runs off of solid fuels, chemical solid fuels, can use rocket fuel as its fuel? Did you know this? Because I had only just thought of this when setting up this glorious factory right here. This is high-grade iron. This is 1,000 per second of molten iron output in one factory, where every single step in the factory is one building, thanks to the power of bacon. Now, I will say that this specific factory does use 2 standard beacons as well as a whole bunch of diet beacons. The reason is because of some of the back-end stuff requiring quite a few buildings that I would otherwise not really been able to bring it down to 1 using the diet beacons. You can see down here the lignin, the lignin into aromatics, which is actually my preferred method of getting aromatics at this moment in time. Yeah, it would need 25 buildings, and it's a little bit difficult to make 1 equal 25 with just diet bacon. So, yeah, regular bacon it was for this, and, yeah. It's a build. But in particular, it uses rocket fuel on the basic oxygen furnaces, which rocket fuel does not produce ash as a spent fuel product. This is the reason to use rocket fuel. A, it's really, really, really easy to get rocket fuel. If you're okay with spending like titanium tetrachloride, that is. Pretty easy to get rocket fuel. I mean, it's even easier if you are converting tar to heavy oil to kerosene for the rocket fuel. Then you don't have to really worry about any like catalyst items. However, you do need a lot of tar for that, and you would end up with a whole bunch of coke to deal with or use as your primary coke supply, as I have done. But you would still have to void excess coke because then you are depending upon the heavy oil output there. Regardless, there is a problem with rocket fuel. There is a bit of an issue with rocket fuel. A bug, in fact, that I have reported. It's now known about this bug with rocket fuel. So rocket fuel has a voiding recipe in burners. Despite being a valid fuel for burners. So if you try to use rocket fuel as the fuel for a burner line, your inserters will pull in the fuel for the burners and then continue pulling in rocket fuel to void the rocket fuel in the burners. Yeah. So that void recipe needs to be removed from the game so that we don't lose rocket fuel to burners. Yeah, and it uses the fuel to void the fuel. It's running off of rocket fuel and then voiding the additional rocket fuel rather than what you actually want to be voiding. So yeah, this is what I'm doing now. For reference, what I was doing before, processing 75 ore per second in unslimed iron processing. Just so you got a point of comparison, this process, which I was doing in 3 different places across the base, I had 3 of this, 160 molten iron per factory. So 160 times 3 is a number that is less than 1,000. okay. Ah, yeah. So I have doubled my molten iron production by going up to high grade iron. I will note that at this tech level, Purple Science, I do have the ability to unlock reduction for iron, which would result in even more output. But there's a ever so slight issue where I am in fact out of room for adding additional input stations here. I would need to like go up here, add another train station to bring in the additional stuff that I would need to actually do the reduction. And I would actually set it up so that I am bringing in 6 2/3 of the high grade when looking at the reduction. Molten iron. It would be this one. It would be set not to the output that's intended, but to the input things. It'd be set to input 6.6 repeating of the high grade iron, and that would be like, oh, is it even worth it? No. Actually, no. Actually, no. This isn't gonna happen. Not in the slightest. This is not worth it. Yes, it's 33% more output, but at that cost, no, I don't think that that's particularly worth it. I don't think that 300 molten iron is going to be worth 13.3 repeating sodium sulfate and 333.4 diesel, let alone the 20 borax. Well, I guess the borax doesn't change really, but yeah, nah. Like, nah. Just nah. 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 Nah, not gonna happen. I know that the diesel is like free when I can use those. The cobalt enriched moondrop is actually worthwhile for producing diesel. I have done that in the past for dedicated diesel. That much is fine. It's this sodium sulfate that I am very concerned about. Because while yes, I could and will be setting up sulfuric acid sodium hydroxide based sodium sulfate in large abundance. This is a pretty big number. This is a pretty good chunk of what I would eventually need to build, but that's like not going to happen for a while. For a while. So those are the things that I did between stream that I really wanted to discuss because it's just the beginning of the process of downsizing the base in general and the beginning of the thingies. Oh, right, there is one last thing to mention, and that is the fact that I do now have access to steam turbine Mark IIIs. They are being built slowly, but they are being built, and I now have 4 power setups using them. These power setups produce 6.5 gigawatts of power, up to 6.5 gigawatts of power. We are still using Mark II coal power plants and the Mark II heat exchangers and pressure pumps. What are Mark II? Mark II turbines up here. Mark II turbines look like this. So if I go down and I have that comparison. Ahem. So yeah. They are a bit different. The Mark IIs are like a tile wider, but the Mark IIIs are longer. They're elongated. Are there Mark IVs? There are Mark IVs. Yes. Let me bring up Mark IV steam turbine. This is the Mark IV. It's is taller than the Mark III, but there is sufficient spacing I could do in place replacements. This one's just as skinny, it's just longer. For Mark IV. Now 3 to 2, yes. But not 4. Not 3 to 4. It's the same width, just longer. So the main thing here with these is that they are consuming 3000 degree C steam. Also, I must have these pumps. When I have a line of 6 like this, the actual throughput through each building is not sufficient to supply steam to all 6, even with one pump pumping in to the first one. Now, from what I could tell, it seemed to be okay, at least at my current rate of consumption, if I had 3 and 3 without all of the pumps here. But I just want to be safe, so I've put pumps between everything on this entire array. Now, you'll also note that I've redesigned how I've built the power compared to the rest of the power array. And my current intention is that I will be, between streams, appending more, also regular beacon here, to use up all of the, 18, I think, however many here, 16. All of these 16 red belts of compressed coal, raw coal. So basically 16 lines of this, but not all are going to be Mark III. I intend on relocating Mark IIs over here until I have 16, and then as I get Mark IIIs, I will change them to Mark IIIs. The difference between the Mark II and the Mark IIIs, this produces 6.5 gigajoules. This one produces 4.3. For the same, factory layout, you need 9 Mark II turbines versus 6 of the Mark IIIs for the same, numbers here. Because the numbers change. The, timing changes between the 3000 degree and the 2000 degree stuff. There are differences between these. Actually, you know what? That's still the 3000. That's still the 3000. Huh. But you know what? I think I'll keep it like that just because it doesn't change the number here. If I put this as the 2000 degree steam, it would need fewer than 22, but I want there to be 22 in the array so that I can swap the 9 Mark II turbines for the 6 Mark IIIs. Okay, that being said, oh god, there must have been a major delivery. We're getting we're getting a few circuits brought in at this point. Yeah, down to 0 free logistic pots. Must have gotten a delivery of batteries, actually. So, all that being said and done, let us do some work today. Realistically speaking, at this point in time, now that we are at Purple Science, my progress will slow down. We're not going to be as... I'm not going to be trying to speed through it as much, because I do plan on having all of these replacements with beacons. But I will say that every build that we do going forward is going to be based off of using beacons. It's going to be based off of using the belts that I have the most recent access to as well. And we are going to be planning around, at the moment, getting into regular beacons, getting into the ability to build as many of the regular beacons as I possibly can. And as soon as I can do that, and I have a supply of them, they will be replacing the diet beacons with fewer of the regular ones. Um, so let us get into things today. The main thing that I want to do, my goal today, is to scale Archods using this process. I think it's this process anyway. It is a process. It is a process that Hellmod is not particularly good at. Yes, diet bacon. Diet bacon. This is a process that Hellmod is not particularly good at. So I actually have this up on YAFC, yet another factorial calculator, on the side of my screen. I do have this to get a better idea as to the actual scale of what I will need. We need to bear in mind that as of the most recent update to the game, the CAGs upgrade for the Archods, the upgrade that gives productivity to the Archod buildings, has changed from 3% to 5%. This is a significant difference. This is a quite significant difference. In fact, I want to talk about a few of the things here that has changed in the update that was pushed on the 16th. So we got the diet beacons. That's one thing. We also got the change that I had brought up to the carbon fiber, where, yeah, this dry carbon fiber recipe is done in the evaporator now instead of the washer. Like, duh. So that changed. That changed. Yes, the Archod's path 2 productivity changed from 3% to 5%. Data arrays have had a change to their path 3, which I haven't taken. I took a different option there. But their path 3 has an alternative recipe for making Mark 1 solar panels, which is actually pretty tempting. Having easier solar panels affects Tholins and it affects satellite Tholin capsules that use Mark 1 solar panels. So there you could have that as a valid pick. Fastwood Forestries upgrade path 2, the one that we picked, the one that vastly speeds up the conversion of logs to wood. It is a much faster recipe. You now get +1 wood from that recipe. So instead of 20 wood, you now get 21 wood, as well as being significantly faster, which, yeah, that helps quite a bit. The ratio of log to wood is improved because of that. And yeah, it's basically like having a little bit of productivity by doing that upgrade. It's glorious. On a recipe that's productive. So even better. We talked about the diet beacons. And we talked about the fixes to beacons. The only other thing to mention is that they did nerf the construction zone extender recharge rate for Mark II and Mark III. The Mark II has gone from 5 megawatts of charging capacity to 3 on its one singular recharge point, and the Mark III has gone from 6 to 4. Okay, that should mean that the regular roboports at Mark II should have more charging capacity than the construction zone extender's single charging point. 6 times 0.7 is 4.2. So yeah, it does have now a little bit more total charging capacity than the construction zone extender. Just you have to bear in mind that it's split 6 ways. instead of 1. But, you know, now my bots move faster. The upgrade that we got is 55%. Also, why are we not getting sound? Sound. Hello? Sound? Game? Game, we need sound. We need sound. That's not what I wanted to hit for sound. There be sound now. Okay, there be sound now. Okay, so we're going to be doing Archods. We're going to be making a few more than what we're currently making. As I mentioned, I've made Mark II Archods already. I also have access to Mark III Vrauk, or Mark II Vrauk, excuse me. And yeah, this is going to be a build. It's going to be a build. And we're going to do this in a separate factory. And the reason why we need them, why we need this many of them, is for other uses besides science, but I do need them for good alien samples. I do need to scale my good alien samples. Let's see if that goes through. Oh boy, are we streaming an extra hour? Are we streaming an extra hour? Oh boy, new patron Yukito has joined. New $10 patron. Oh boy. Yeah. There should be an alert for Patreon, but we'll see how long it takes. It's not a personalized, I think it's not a personalized message. It should be an alert that comes through, and I'll see it when it goes through. Streamlabs. Will I have to relog in for you to give me my alert? Streamlabs, hello. It's just that I don't think it's listening particularly often on the Patreon stuff. So, oh, I see it's there. Can you do that alert? Would you please push that alert? Alert, alert. Oh, you know what? I know what I did. I turned off that particular alert because it was actually broken. It was spamming. Let me turn that on again. And then events. And then send it. Thank you so much for the $10 on Patreon. There we go. We'll see if it spams that. Because that happened the other day when another person became a copper member. But you joined at 10. So that... Yeah, it just went through the one time, thank goodness. Thank goodness they fixed that. Yay, notification. Yes, new pledge, so happy. Let's see. You are Glass. That's the name. So I actually will update my list right now. There we go. You are on my list. You are on my list. It should be, you know, on this screen right here. There it is. It sort of saw it as it scrolled right by, because it's right at the top of the list. Yeah, the Patreon has not done particularly well over the last year plus. Um, but hey, now we have someone at level above copper again. That's very very nice. Thank you so very much for that. And you know what? I do need to have a leading space there. There we go. That does it. That's good. That's good. All right, back in to the game. Thank you so very much. We will, in fact, because that went through during the stream, we will stream an extra hour on this day. So we are going to stream the extra hour. So this only applies once per stream. Yeah, once per stream. Uh, we'll have a discussion about eventually there being a potential up to more time on a specific day. It's something I have to think about. I don't really know if I want to do like subathon type thing where every X amount of support is more stream time up to a certain amount of time. Considering it to help, pay off the graphics card I just got. Well, it only plays the once for the stream. So, thank you for the support then. If that were to happen, if multiple provided 10, let's just say that in that specific situation, oh boy, I would have to be making some other determinations at that point about whether or not to keep it at 10 for the extra hour. Like, if I get to that point where it's like multiple people are generous enough to provide $10 during a single stream, then the overall income would be such that we would probably be streaming more often as well. Like there would be like ways in which that you would get the value by that point. Because I do one of my plans is that as the stream goes, I will make more content. We will stream more. My trains are the equivalent of 1.2s in terms of overall size, but the advanced trains are 1.4 technically. It's just that each one is half the size of a normal wagon. So the intersections are designed for 1.2 standard trains. And then the high-tech locomotives are standard sized wagons, so those are 1.2s. And then at T4, at the fourth tier above this, for our quantum locomotives, those are going to be back to 1.4 at that point. So the most advanced trains will look like this again. It like goes every other. But yeah, they are effectively the length of a 1.2. And it's been plenty. It's been more than enough. All right, let us get to work. There is one thing I want to do at the mall before we really get into things, and that is something that is incredibly simple. Not that one. What changes everything? Bacon. Bacon. Diet beacons. Change everything. In case you hadn't caught on at this point, the thing that changes everything is Diet Beacon. The Diet Beacon available from PyScience 3 or 2, excuse me, literally changes how you progress in the game. If we start a new game, the entire process, beginning from the point of getting diet beacons, would have fundamentally altered progression. To this point, it would have definitely sped things up a fair amount, just by having access to them that early. Oh boy, so we are going to build super alloy. I will need fuel. The specific fuel does not matter. And I need helium. Oh boy, helium. Where is helium? It's around here somewhere. I know there's helium around here somewhere. I know that there's actually helium. As actual helium. I know because it's being used. Question is, where? Where are you hiding? Ah, there you are. You lithium niobate. Well, this is awkward. Hope I don't need sulfuric acid on this line. Oh boy. Wait, where am I going? Ugh. Okay, so the big thing about super alloy is that it is no longer an issue ever. Super alloy is very, very different in that it is no longer an actual milestone. Super alloy, as far as I'm aware, as far as I'm concerned, super alloy used to be a milestone, specific item that you could make. It is no longer a milestone to make this, because by the time you are able to make this, by the time you unlock it, you have every single ingredient. You have all of it already been made for something else by the time you get here. So, yeah, this used to be the time in which you would need to make vanadium. Just so as we're clear. This stuff used to be the first time you needed vanadium for anything in your base. Now you need vanadium a lot earlier than this. A lot earlier than super alloy. Much earlier. Several tech levels, actually, earlier. So now it's just not really much of a thing. Now, there is molybdenum trioxide. It appears that I actually have a few units of this stuff in the mall. I don't have molybdenum trioxide provided on my train network at this moment, but it is a very, very easy thing to put onto my train network. So I will eventually do that. It's not going to be my purpose of the day today. It's just I wanted to note that, hey, we've actually gotten all of these things already. So here we go. What I need to make sure that I have, though, is stuff for the Archods that I plan on scaling. And then I need to make perfectly clear that I'm very likely going to actually have a separate factory producing the jelly for this. Archod jelly. This is the reason why I didn't do this off screen, is because all of the most advanced recipes at this moment in time for Archods, and every recipe going forward for Archods that we have yet to unlock, all require Archod jelly. They are produced in barrels. So let me look at the barrels recipe. Barrels! Yeah, stuff. Used for the advanced eggs and nests. Used as barrels for whatever reason. For animal reflectors as part of late game stuff. Used as jelly. Fluid for immunosuppressants, which is actually more relevant than one would imagine. I don't think that I would want to do that kerosene recipe. I really don't think I would want to spend the jelly on kerosene, to be completely honest. We will also need it for nanochondria and to upgrade Scrondrix, Dingrit, Simic, and Yotoi Aloe. Interesting. Also, I want to point out that a lot of the creature upgrades that were added are like supremely low effort additions. Like they made these like integrated module things, like upgraded versions of codices for a bunch of the creatures, and they made it go through the exact same process for all of it in bioprinters. You essentially bioprint your Mark 2s, 3s, and 4s of several creatures by taking in an amount of that level to make +1 of it. And all the recipes end up being like super similar to each other. It's just boring. It's just boring. What they've done with this, that like there's so many unique mechanics for all the other things that I think they just ran out of ideas and were like, okay, we'll just do all this for the rest once they ran out of ideas. At least it's consistent. At least it's consistent. Alright, so for the jelly, the thing about the jelly is that you need to provide BTX for making Archod jelly barrels. So we're going to be building a factory. Oh god. Actually, building a factory that's outside of the mall? Who is this? What has happened? Alright, my inventory is like stuffed full of lots of stacked raw coal at the moment. Do I have the apiaries on me? Of course I don't. Yeah, it's because I deleted some of my old part of the power production. I removed a square. So there's yeah, a bit of stuff just hanging out. Okay, let's get rid of all these. And then pick up all of my apiaries, because I need quite a few of them. YAFC, what is the actual amount of jelly that I'm looking for here? I'm looking for about 9 barrels in reality. Because as I've said, Helmod does not handle the Archods very well. It doesn't handle any of the like productivity gains very well. And it actually had some issues on nuclear samples. I wanna make note that we unlocked a process of nuclear stuff that doesn't actually benefit us at all. Once I clean out a lot of this raw coal, I will talk more about that. Because this is a lot of depots. getting used for this. God, I can only imagine what my inventory is going to be like when I have to delete the rest of it. Oh, that didn't fill. That's fine. That. Okay, I think I want the vast majority of the rest of that. So, when I looked at nuclear samples previously, because I was looking at scaling these, there's this method of getting into these that is based off of this Purex concentrate, going up several steps of processing of Purex. And Helmod refused to show me numbers off of Nuclear Power 1 recipes for all of this like concentrate processing. It refused completely to tell me the numbers, which indicated that Helmod believed that the process was worse than the current process that I do. But it doesn't help because I wanted to know the numbers of that process. I wouldn't have gone through the effort of putting in all of the steps of this process if I didn't want to know what the numbers were. So, thanks for nothing, Helmod. The biggest issue with Helmod is that it makes decisions for you, and there's no way to tell it to not make those decisions for you. Anyway, so in YAFC, I put in the process of making the plutonium-238 is what I was looking for. You need a fair amount of it to make nuclear samples. It is 1-to-1 and not productive. So in order to get that much plutonium-238 through plutonium oxide, it's this long, big, old process using plutonium concentrate or Purex PU concentrate in several steps with lots of inputs, outside inputs, and it ends up being, suffice to say, after putting all that in, of recipes that I have access to through Nuclear Power 1, worse, much worse than just not doing any of that. And I can actually see those numbers in YAFC. So rather than, spending... Oh yes, this is productive. Hey, YAFC. Let's make a fair comparison, shall we? Let's make a fair comparison. And those, I don't think I broke those down. So for a fair comparison, let me have a look here. Fair comparison, it does need like half the used up fuel cells, but I mean, that's not the hard part. The thing about it that's the hard part is that to have your fuel cell input, which is like nothing, you end up spending more antimony. You spend urea, you spend hot air, you spend ammonia, you spend hydrogen peroxide, oxalatic acid, sodium aluminate with phosphoric acid, ammonium chloride, kerosene, industrial solvent, boric acid, ethanol, acetone, TBP, sulfuric acid, naphtha, aromatics, sodium hydroxide. The outside inputs are just insane in their number and in the volume, to the point where it is absolutely not worth it under any circumstances. Just to reduce your used fuel cell bit, but by a tiny, tiny margin. Like, oh boy, the differences between half a unit of uranium ore and a unit of uranium ore. Woohoo! Big difference. Oh yeah, the other one other thing. I showed the 1,000 molten. I actually have two of that build. Uh, because I've also built it to produce ore dust. So we had the molten ore and we have an ore dust. So this ore dust is just shy of 60 iron ore dust or any other nuclear shenanigans. We are halfway through the stream. Quotes. We are streaming an extra hour, but we are at the usual time in which I take a break, uh, which means that when I come back, we will have an additional hour, as well as the hour and a half, to do our Archod build. In fact, I don't want to forget to look at my Archods. Archod apiaries. Where are you? There you are. Grab all those. We're going to make the Archod jelly first. I'll be back in just a few minutes. And I have returned. Welcome back. Let us get to work on Archod jelly. So, for Archod jelly, let me actually make a plan for this. A separate plan. I want the actual fluid to be provided onto the train network, and then I will barrel it when I need the barrels. 500. That should be enough for my current needs. Now, there are 2 recipes for this. I don't believe we get access to the other one yet. Ah, we could. And a different propolis recipe. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Activated carbon. I'll tack that onto the list, but for now I'll be doing BTX or carbon black. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get rid of that. Oh, right. Dang. They got rid of it completely. Frick. Yeah, so we can't even see CAGs on this at all. We can't even, like, have 12 plus the CAGs module, which is what I was going to do. So we just have to ignore all of the inputs, basically, because it isn't actually accurate. YAFC will be able to tell me what I need to know for this. I'm actually just going to do a new sheet. Jelly. Jelly! This sheet is called a jelly. I need jelly. I want the Archod jelly, and I want 500 of it. Do empty barrel. Barrel. Give me the carbon black recipe. Give me Mark II apiaries. Give me Mark II apiaries with module customized. Let there be CAGs and let there be Mark II Archods. I need 12 and 1. It won't tell me the accurate number of buildings that I need, but it will at least give me the 5% productivity. At least it should. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. It's supposed to be... Yes, it says that there's 5% productivity on there, but it's also saying it's also saying that I need 90 buildings. We'll see. We'll see what thing he says. So we're going to need BTX and we're going to need carbon black. Carbon black is like simple. It's fine. We don't have to worry about carbon black. What we do have to worry about is the BTX and how we get BTX. Now, for BTX, how do we want to get it? What's the cheapest method? According to YAFC, the cheapest BTX is this one. But I don't know how it's getting its condensates. How are you getting your condensates? Farm crude oil steam. Hey, we have access to blue belts now. YAFC, you really consider that spending 3.8k crude oil per second is cheaper? I mean, realistically, don't we do both of these? Don't we do both of this on Matrix and get, like, the distillate stuff through the steam anyway? Yeah. Yeah, actually, as it turns out, we do both of those recipes. I have to allow... Yeah, that works out perfectly. What's going on with YAFC? What do I have to do? What do I have to do, YFC? It's not actually using... Oh, I have to link. Create link to the low distillates. There we go. It's just a different program. You have to be very careful about what's been linked versus not linked. So yeah, it's saying 1004 or 1.04 versus 1.09. That's like whatever of a difference. I just got to switch it to Mark II buildings and go from there. So we're gonna beacon the back end. Obviously, I hope that's obvious. Just always assume that we're going to beacon whatever can be beaconed from now until the end of time. So this will be the jelly, and we will use 9 of these barrels, effectively 9 of these barrels, in the 15 per second Archod build. I haven't really explained why I need 15, right? So I explained that I needed more good alien samples. That's a few venom more, but in particular this. Yeah, so pesticides. We're going to need a lot. We're going to need more than 15 of the pesticides, and pesticides run off of venom. So I need a lot more Archods because I plan on slaughtering them for venom, and I will need them for antivirals as well, and that is also a pretty significant amount of venom when it's 1-to-1 venom to viral on the basic recipe, antiviral on the basic recipe. Yeah, I need a bit of venom, just a little bit. So I am going to scale the Archods significantly, and I will use the jelly recipes, even though I am not as inclined. Oh god, that says 18. That says 18, but it's not taking into account any of the 5% productivity that is applied to basically every single one of these steps. So that's why I'm using YAFC for the Archods. And YAFC says that I would need 8.86 Archod jelly barrels for the 15 out, when it actually applies the 5% productivity to all of the things. Which it should be applying it to all the CAGs, and it should be applying the 15% to the Vrauk as well. Okay. Archod jelly. Archod jelly. Jelly. I will pin that, and we will get to you. Bearing in mind that I'm currently carrying about 100 of the apiaries. We should have enough of those, at least. And oh god, performance. Performance is, well, it's a thing. It is a thing. We're also going to use the substations. I'm totally carrying around 500 of the things at this point. They're cheap. They're actually really cheap to make the substations. Here. Concrete, niobium plates, nexlet plates, advanced small parts, and steel plates. And yet they unlock at purple science. It takes a while. It takes a while as we make our way at 486 kilometers an hour to our destination. Such is the benefit of these high-tech locomotives, the nexlet trains. And there's even a level above them. It is going to take a very long time to replace all of my locomotives. A very long time. I have 590 at the moment. I've done a bit of trimming. I had over 600. I've done just a bit of trimming around the base. I will note that I have been tempted, actually, by raw coal megamines. I have been tempted a little bit. The problem is kerosene. The problem is providing it with kerosene to get the raw coal out. I can't justify it under any circumstance. This needs 2 solids. And 2 fluids. If I don't quite have enough crude oil production for all of my current needs, that is just 1 beacon away from being fixed. So I can just go there where I'm mining it, and yeah, we can beacon those mining drills. It'll be fine. Everything will be awesome. Speaking of awesome, where am I going to begin with this? Probably up top. Start with the back end. Work our way forward. The throughputs are manageable. The only minor issue is the amount of steam being greater than 1200 per second. That complicates it a little bit. There are ways around the fluid mechanic issues. And there are always fluid mechanic issues. I'm going to need you pointed that way. I'm going to need you to have a couple of those. And from here, bacon. Bacon, glorious, juicy, wonderful bacon. Actually, I need to think about where I want it. Probably I want it another tile away. Alright. That is bringing me to 732 crude oil in. Copy. Paste. 4. We are now at 11:16, so we are at the speed that we need it to be. Yep, that's what we need it to be. Producing more than we need. Yep, that's what we need. Okay, so for the steam, because we need more than 1200, this will require a pump and a tank, at least 1 tank with multiple outputs. So I could use a pi tank. I usually prefer the longer tanks though, but the pi tank would work. The regular tanks will work. Not the 70K. That only has like 2 input output. The 40K works. The 30K also works technically. What's the 15 like? It's meh. And that's just like an inline tank. That's not going to work. The 30k is small. I guess it'll be fine. The only issue is that I would need to do something like this. Okay. I might want to actually just do it this way. Okay, now we can do boilers. I'll do 2 sets of 15. Oops. Ahem. The power of the substation. Always use substation, Liz. There. That is betterer. Now we don't even need these anymore. Thank you, substations. I will forget that I have the substations very constantly. Yeah. That's what I want to see right there. So that's how you get around these individual food port mechanics. I could have split it, had one on each side, but yeah, you could basically throw in up to the throughput of a pump onto a single fluid port on a building. So there is a hard limit. The hard limit is 12,000 per second on a pump for however many input ports as you have of that particular fluid for the building. So for this, the limit, the absolute limit of input would be 24,000 of either fluid, 24,000 of either one, whichever one comes up first. I think it's the steam. 24,000 steam, or 12,000 of a given output of any of the given outputs. So because the outputs are less than the inputs, you're going to be input limited on this building speed up to the maximum speed bonus of the building, frankly. Because sometimes you might end up being speed capped by the building itself. Just, regular bacon things to worry about. We don't need medium, do we? No, we don't need medium. We don't need high. And the residuals, I think, get burned. Residual mix. No, this gets sunk. This gets sunk with everything else. It all gets sunk. And we use the bottom, and we use the condensates. So, welcome to designing with beacons. This is how it is done. Now, this is going to make refined natural gas, which will be vented, and tailings, which will be sunk, and it will make BTX. And this building would need 10, but we can go ahead and 5-5 that. Yes, we have everything, including the kitchen sink. Actually, that's the one thing that it doesn't have. There is no actual kitchen sink in PyMods. There's pretty much everything else. There's the pipes for the sink, but there is no sink. There's a sink hole, but that's not really a kitchen sink. what is our speed? Our speed is enough on this building. And then we have this building, which yeah, this building needs solid input. And it needs to process more than that. So, for power considerations, I shouldn't always use a 5.5 if I don't need a 5.5. So for this specific building, I need it to move at 363.7 on that input. And that's enough right there. 370 should be enough, should be plenty. And that helps save on power. This uses 20 megawatts versus 313 from a 5.5. Let's actually look at this one. This is doing 610. It only needs 454. Yeah, even bringing it down to 4. A 5.4 is fine, is better. And that brings it to 160 megawatts. Not like the actual power draw matters, cough cough, when we should just build more power. You can just build more, right? Just build more. And realistically speaking, I could replace these with, you know, lower AM levels with higher FM levels that would affect multiple buildings. Okay, that, I believe, is that. So I want to throw the BTX into a tank. I won't need to, because the throughput is only 500. Yes, I do have a cat right behind my head. Is that the first time you've noticed? Have you just noticed that the cat is here? Cat's been here the entire stream. From the very beginning. Yeah, my dolly. Pretty dolly. Yeah. She's been here. The pretty girl has been here the entire time. Right behind my head. In her nice comfy spot right behind my head. Reformer. A reformer that doesn't actually need any stuffs. Oh. Well, that's nice. I'm not actually carrying around reformers. All right, well, let's go pick up a reformer then. I need one. I need one. Just one. So let us go. I need my carbon black. I need my carbon black. I actually watched a video the other day of a science video, guy working with carbon black to produce graphene. That was an interesting video, to say the least. Watching him convert this carbon black stuff, fine powder, into graphene. Using a whole bunch of energy in a vacuum chamber. In a little, like, vacuum tube. Or a quartz tube, I should say. Actually using things that we make in Pi. Alright, we're here. Alright, bots. I just need some thingies. There are more beacons on the way. Oh boy. Where is the thingy? There's the thingy. Mine. Just for the interest of time, I'm going to go right back. Where am I building? Where am I building? I'm building here. Yeah, my storage warehouses have a few units of coal. I think what I intend on doing is, I'm probably gonna make a few grenades. Maybe. I think that this issue, this, I think this issue calls for a few grenades. Or my crawdad. Maybe my crawdad. Oh, speaking of which, we can make the Phaediasis. We can make the Phaediasis if we so desired. Just as soon as I get PKSs, actually, I can get into the Phaediasis, which is the flying Fadi, the flying armored cat. It's got bat wings, and you can ride it around. All right, we're back. They've returned. Go ahead and plonk the thing. You claim that I will need 5 of these, huh? That is the claim. I will need at least 1 more of these. So we need how much? We need 83.4. 83.34. Oh. Well then. That makes apparently 84. Something feels off here. No, that's actually just barely enough. It is just barely enough. Plus 320 is very different from how my brain usually parses it. So plus 320 is adding 320 to this one building, making it the equivalent of 4.2 of this building. It is 4.2, and the amount that we needed was 4.17. So it is just enough. Just barely enough to cover it. Okay, then. This does not need anything, I think. It just needs the anthracene input. And from there, it is... We just gotta barrel the BTX. Oh, frick. I need barrels. There is no possible way that the barrels that I'm carrying are going to be enough, if I'm even carrying barrels. Oh boy. What are we making today? We are making Archod jelly and then scaling up the Archods with Archod jelly. That is the primary thing that we are going to be doing today. We are making jelly for Archods. Making jelly from Archods for making additional Archods. Because for all intents and purposes, this is a pretty cheap process. I don't need that there. I need that there. That's the building. Okay. I need barrels. And I'm too far away to grab them, aren't I? I'm pretty sure I'm a bit too far away to be able to actually grab my barrels. So back we go, so I can actually grab empty barrels. I need a few of them. I need them in 2 locations. My goodness, because I intend on throwing the fluid of jelly onto the train network. Yeah, barreling machines, they eat 4 modules. They can really rip. Thanks to Bob's modules. Yeah, plus 640. It's the equivalent of 7.4 of this particular barreling machine. Like, when 1 equals 7.4, it is plenty. It is nearly 1,000 input. Plus, it can be, you know, beaconed with our diet beacon for even faster throughput. Oh, it's absolutely glorious. Glorious diet beacons available for all of the evil purposes. Yeah, and that's without that's without beacon. 1 equals 7.4. Without beacons. With beacons, oh boy, when 1 equals 320. Oh boy, yeah, that is that's a thing. I am looking forward to that. Alright, barrels. Mine, 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 mine. Better be enough for now. Back I go. At least the trip is fast with this particular train. With this locomotive. A reminder again, we are streaming for an extra hour because we got $10 of support through new patron at the glass tier of patronage. So thank you so much for that support during the stream. Going that extra hour. Should give us enough time, I hope, to do both of these builds, because we need to do the jelly and then we need to do the actual Archod build itself. Now, what I'm thinking about is whether or not I want to replace the existing Archod build in place, delete what's here, and replace in place. Or build something new. Would I play an extra 2 hours? No. I would not survive. No, it's just the 1 hour for each stream. Now, what I will say is that I will stream more days once the total support increases, I guess, at this point by another $85-ish. Actually, it's take home, but whatever. I'll say about 85 more. Add around 85 more of the, like, recurring monthly income. I will add a stream day, which would also have another opportunity for an extra hour added onto it. So that's the thing. And that like the extra quote unquote 100 per month for the extra stream day would apply up to 3 times. So for 300 plus per month consistent that I reach, we'll stream up to 5 days total per week. With each stream having that incentive for $10 equals an extra hour. And if there's more people who would want to support with some sort of an incentive, then we'll have to reconsider about whether or not we should just have it be $10 for the hour, or if it should be priced higher. Or figure out some other method of incentivizing beyond that. But that's a problem for future me, not current me. Current me, this is not an issue. This is not something current me is ready to think about, because we're not even close to that point yet. Yeah, because, you know, talking for an extended period of time is, it is a skill. It is taxing. Basically, after every stream, I am essentially dead to the world after each stream. I really can't get too much done afterwards. It drains me. It really drains me. That and I need to eat. I sort of need to do this thing called eating. So I already push back when I eat my lunch by an extra hour. By extending by 1 hour. So, yeah. So I can't really go too much longer without having some plans in place to properly support that over time. Okay, that is going to be the crude oil in. I also need the anthracene. There we go, anthracene. Oil. This is going where? This is going where? Up here? Okay. Now, would I like to be physically capable of streaming for 6+ hours a day, every day? Sure. I would like to be capable of that. But, huh, 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 yeah, nah. That is a bit too taxing. Even if I wasn't talking as much as I do during each stream, it's just extremely mentally taxing. And by its very nature, I would end up showing more of the stuff that I would usually do off screen, which is, you know, a lot more of the, like, usually it's the more tedious aspect of things. This is tin chromium alloy, yeah? Well, I've built this, like, really far away from the train station. Oops. Right, tin chromium. Okay. Why did you have to replace with deadlocks loaders? If anything, I would be more interested in replacing with mini loaders for multiple things, locations, because of the ability for mini loaders to actually be able to grab stuff uh, out of the trash, the fuel, spent fuel inventory of burners. UPS issues. Okay. These perform better than like other loader mods. Didn't know that. I mean, these are actual loaders mechanics versus mini loaders, which are actually not loaders at all. Which are not actually loaders. In case you weren't aware, mini loaders aren't loaders. They're inserters that happen to move really quickly. Okay, we got a little bit of VTX. It's just a little bit of the stuffs. Oh yeah, that would help. Okay. Come on over. There we go. Twice is better, okay. Oh, that's good to know. I would still, like, by necessity, would want to have mini loaders for my burners in particular. Uh, yeah, you see, but entity count is only part of the story for performance. It's only like one part of the equation. The other part of the equation is how active is it, and what is the performance impact of the building being active or of the entity being active versus inactive. So just because one is double the other in terms of number of entities, if one is not as active or more active, like what's the actual performance penalty of the thing being active? And usually loaders being loaders as a mechanic are more resource intensive than inserters being active. Oh, so you're saying it was tested then? Well, fine. We'll go with the test results with that. Let me see here. My actual numbers, thanks to the glorious YAFC. Oh, goodness gracious. Hey, there's something interesting about this, isn't there? Yeah. There's something super fun about this process. Can you spot the thing about this process that's super interesting? This process creates empty barrels out of thin air. And there's no way to prevent it either. There's no stopping this one. This is just a product of productivity being a thing on here. Yeah, you end up getting more barrels. Yeah, so we'll need to burn off extra barrels. Which means another input, I think, because I don't really think much of any of these are a none of these are a solid fuel. None of these are a solid fuel. I could convert Renea into a solid fuel, but I really don't want to have to do that. What is that conversion? What is that conversion? It is... Oh, God. That's not good. No. Not happening. Use a canister, but that would add complexity where we don't need complexity. Where are my burners? Burners, where are you? There you are. Burners can use canisters, but then they produce canisters as a spent fuel result, and that complicates it a lot. Because you would ideally wish to reuse said canisters instead of voiding said canisters. So you have to be very careful to specifically define filter inserters. Huh. Yes, episode 3 of Cheat Skill is out. I watched it yesterday. Mondays are pretty packed for anime this specific season. Mondays are packed. It's too long. Yes, the names are very long of these shows. Episode 3 was decent. It just goes by really fast, though. I will say that I do believe that Dead Mount Death Play is, I think, the best in season, at least of the isekai slash reverse isekai, but whatever, still the same thing. Anyway, stuff, things. Let's do stuff and things. The two very important things, both stuff and things, need to happen. I need BTX, or I need the carbon black brought out. I need the Renea brought in. This uses not much of the two things, so we'll do that. We'll do this, that. Bring this over. This will be the Renea in. And don't forget, I need like a few of these buildings. You know, I usually give light novels about 3 novels if I to decide whether or not I want to really continue with it, which would be the equivalent to about an entire anime season, frankly. That's usually the case, going from light novel to anime. The anime usually covers multiple volumes over the course of the season. Usually, not always the case. There are a couple where they actually take the entire season to devote to a single novel, and it shows. It's usually much better because of it whenever they do that. This is 10, right? Yeah. Shall I do... What shall I do? We're looking for 9, 10, 10 out, yes. So 10 out in reality is 83. 83, that is the reality of the situation. So how do I want to divide 83? I guess more realistically, 84. Um, yeah, 4 of 21 is tempting. It's also 3 of 28. Hey, Ollie. Papa, my boy. Hello, my boy. How's Ollie? How's Ollie doing? Yeah, big boy. Big boy, is he sleepy? He looks sleepy. He looks sleepies. Yeah, he's so sleepies. Ollie's so sleepies. He's sleepies. Yeah, coming to say hello. Big Ollie. Yes, big Ollie. Oh, that was another thing we had to do this past week. So that's 20. So let's do 21, because I think 28 is going to be a bit much on that spot there. This block is probably not going to have anything else. It's not going to have anything over here, basically. There might be something down here. But either way, it would be built, like, from here. I think that's fine for amount of space. That might be the amount of space, cough cough, for the next Archod, for the actual Archods. Alright, with that 21. Oh, right, I need a Megadar. Megadar! Hello, Megadar. Hello, Megadars. I have these now. I've been able to build them for a long time, but I just finally got around to actually making them. Megadars are wonderful, wonderful things. They are massive, but they cover a huge area. A huge area. Okay, let me do this. Throughput's gonna be fine. Dolly, I feel that paw behind me on my back. Dolly, I feel that paw on my back. Don't stick those claws out. Don't stick those claws out. And don't throw them into my back. Oh boy. Walk down the line. And then I need 4 of this. Likely mirrored. With 3 sets of these double lines. Ah, right. Well, this could be awkward. All but the last one. Rotate. Plop. Last one. Plop. Line. Line. Okay, that's going to be an issue. So the problem here is that these are too big. Ay, ay, ay. But I want to use them. I think it's going to just have to be an oh well deal. And just use the power poles. Because, yeah, substations can end up resulting in space inefficiency. They're much better at doing stuff with robots. Much better with bots. Here we go. Now, I should have put the power poles in. Oops. Okay, how far do I have to go to get to a doohickey? There we go. Yeah, do that. Connect! Connect to the thingies. Are those placed? Yes. Build the everything. Go, go. Go, go, go. Alright, jelly. Right, this is actually moving at this point in time. The question is, would it be easier to go up to unbarrel? Or should I just do it like here? I think I'll just do it like here-ish. Yeah, I'll do it like here-ish and put the things in. And I will do the voiding of the extra barrels over here. Right on over here. Hey, we got that. Those techs. Those glorious techs have happened. I'm gonna get rid of those. In fact, I'm gonna get rid of all of it, sure. Why not? I want my logistics. Logistics. Logistics, where are you? There you are. Hello. Hello. I do need the belt boxes as we go, and then I will end with these. These glorious, beautiful 270 item per second belts and belt boxes. Yes. That is what I need in my life. Speaking of stuff that I need in my life, I need silver 3. Do I, though? Or am I just okay with forever, particle accelerating for my silver? Nah, I want molten. I will. There are molten recipes involving silver that I would want to have the silver for. Speaking of which, that's one of them. I was looking at intense transmutation the other day, and I did make some notes about intense transmutation in their current state. And I don't believe that any of these things have changed in the most recent versions. But basically, for Simics, my ultimate verdict of Simics and intense transmutation is I would only ever take the quartz upgrade in intense transmutation stage 1 and not take any of the others at any other stage. Yeah, that's my verdict with it, with the upgrades for Simics. Basically, it's just quartz. It's just the quartz version, and it's not even for quartz. It's for the glass cores here, because glass cores save silver. That is the only one that I would be interested in taking of any of the options, of any of the stages. I looked through all of the stages, and they all have downsides. Every single option of every single thing has downsides. Stage 2 for coal, the carbonized fiber, I said is tempting, but it ends up being a much larger build with the Simics. The Simics are massive buildings, and you need more buildings overall than doing the chain for the carbonized fiber. Um, or for the carbon fiber, excuse me. Um, there's a similar situation with the tin rare earth alloy for this guy. Similar situation here, where it's like, but it's not actually all that difficult to make. The build ends up being bigger than what it's replacing. And then just no for tiles. Now, crystallized sodium aluminate. Yeah. No. No, stage 3. Boron. No. Again, like, this is more complex than the thing that it's replacing. High grade chromite. No. Again, it's more complex than the thing it's replacing, though it does give you some chromite mix, which I believe is part of the gold chain. But eh. And the molybdenum spares you none of the pain. And the moly chain itself is productive, so it does nothing for you of any benefit whatsoever. It doesn't even save you the most important input of the moly chain, which is the filtration media. The one thing that you want to reduce the amount that you spend on is the one thing that does not get reduced from doing this recipe. Like, no. It went from take it every time because it produces molybdenum disulfide to never take it ever. The intense transmutation stage 4. Ahem. By the time that you get here, you already have solutions for silver zinc alloy, nickel carbonyl, and lead antimony alloy, plus lead acetate as part of antimony. You already have solutions for these by the time that you get here. These builds are bigger than what they replace, again, and Helmod actually shows that for the zinc one, it's actually easier to just get the molten zinc regularly than to do the replacement. Nickel carbonyl is used in non-existent amounts of stuff, in non-existent volumes of stuff. What it is used for, it is not used for very much. So just make it normally, because you need low volumes of it anyway. And the lead antimony alloy, yeah, great for batteries, and that's about it. And it comes really, 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 really late. This is probably the most valuable option of this set of options, but then you're dealing with cycling bio oil, or bio ore, and bio oil for this, and it's like, no. Stage 5 simply comes too late. You already have a solution for all of these things. For titanium tetrachloride, for the lithium niobate, and for the Nexalit matrix. You already have solutions for these, and these builds are going to be bigger than what they're replacing in terms of space and building count. And Intense Transmutation 6 doesn't even come until space science. So you've beaten the game by the time you get here. Like, No, it's just too late. And you already have these things built. You would be replacing them with Simics on builds that are going to be physically larger. So, like, no, that I cannot justify anything other than potentially glass cores. Any hoozle. Stuff. Things. Let's finish the build. Voiding. We'll put you over here. And what I'm going to do with this guy is output priority left into there. And we'll need to get the fuel in down here. So, yeah, it's very unfortunate that intense transmutation was just basically killed in terms of its actual usefulness. Just none of the things that were modified make it actually any better than what we had. In fact, it actually makes it overall generally worse than what it's replacing from what we had previously. What we had previously was objectively better than what we get now. Alright, that finishes the build, I guess, for the Archod jelly. Took a while longer than I expected, but oh well. At least we have an extra hour to play with on this day. Whoops. Back there. Jelly! Right, you need to go faster. Go fast! Be free! Be free, go fast. Be productive. Be super duper productive, Liz. It's slowly going. Remembering the throughput is like 10 on here. Slightly more than, or slightly less than 10 needed on the input, 5% less than 10 needed on the input to get the given output. We have specifically 83, it produces exactly 10, and we need 9.52. This is the actual set of numbers that we're dealing with here. I only need 3.17 of the carbon black. This is producing up to 4, so it will be fine on that. Hello, Not Melon. You have just arrived immediately after I had my rant about intense transmutation. You have just arrived immediately after me going over, like, why everything about intense transmutation upgrades are worse than what they were, essentially. Why I would actually never actually pick any of them except for one option. There's only, like, one that I would consider taking of the entire set. That being quartz for glass cores. It's the only one I would even remotely consider. The rest are just not useful. And it primarily comes down to the fact that they are replacing builds that you have already built by the time you get access to them. And they are physically larger builds. They are physically larger builds that spare you basically nothing in terms of like complexity of builds. It just exchanges complexity for different complexity. And yeah, Simics are huge. The buildings for Simics are huge. So like, why bother on most of them? The vast majority of them. I could go through like each option and say which I would say I would pick if I were going to make a pick. Though I think for stage 6, the silver foam is the most tempting of the options, specifically for the biopolymers that it gets used on. Heavy fermion. Uh, so the gold upgrade, yes, it will give you a lot of gold. You don't need a ton of gold in a normal save, and while you do get heavy fermion out of it, as it turns out, it is not a reasonable replacement to heavy fermion production. Uh, it is more expensive getting heavy fermion out of the Simic option than it is to actually just make heavy fermion. Um, yeah, because the standard recipe is productive. I haven't looked at it using the vanilla modules. Maybe it's better than the vanilla modules, but it is better with it is better to do the standard method with Bob's modules, at the very least, because it is a productive recipe. Um, Stage 5, overall pointless. Maybe the lithium niobate from the niobium would be the like most difficult thing that it would provide. The most difficult thing that you would otherwise, that's difficult to normally get, that it is replacing. Um, that would be the most tempting. Um, Stage 4, the most tempting is the silver zinc alloy, of course. But according to Helmod, the silver zinc alloy is cheaper to do the molten vanilla silver zinc alloy recipe than it is to try to replace silver zinc alloy production with the zinc upgrade of Simics. And you just don't need that much nickel carbonyl in the base. It's not really worth picking just for that, and it's not really. And the lead antimony alloy with the lead acetate would probably be the one that I would pick otherwise, because you need a lot for batteries. Uh, Stage 3, I can't make a choice. It's just all bad. None of those options are even remotely tempting in the slightest. At stage 3, that one needs the most work, I think. The moly saves you nothing, and moly as a process is all productive. The entire chain for molybdenum is productive. This upgrade needs to beat the chain to be worth picking, and it does not in the slightest. Stage 2, the carbonized fiber, is tempting, but as I've said before, even though it does skip a lot of steps of a chain, the actual size of the build is much, much larger with Simics than to just do the normal chain, which by the time you unlock stage 2 is a chain that you have already done in your base. So my point with the Simics is that the upgrades need to be substantially better than what they would be replacing, because you have already built the regular methods of getting these things at the time that you unlock the Simic Intense Transmutation options. The the options need to be actual upgrades to what you currently have and what you could eventually have. Like for the actual ore processing stuff that you get, the molten outputs that you get, it is generally speaking always going to be better to sinter by the end of the game. It will always be better to go through the actual chains and sinter for every single metal. Like all that stuff goes out the window when you think about Simics upgrades. It's not really about the like metals at all, or the molten stuff that you get out of it. High grade stuff, that's fine. If you're actually getting like high grade stuff, the aluminate, then you can really consider it because you can do further processing on it. But you have to also consider sometimes you're given ingredients that need a lot more processing before they're actually usable. That can also be an issue. Anyway, Archods. We have just made Archod jelly. I will actually need to, put it onto a train and do all that good stuff. I just came back to the mall on autopilot. Lets me restock at the very least. Oh yeah, by the way, thank you so much for 5% productivity on the Archod apiaries. I just want to point out that making Archod jelly is now a net positive barrel system with that 5% productivity, and there is no way to remove that. There is actually no way around it. You will always make more barrels than what you put in when dealing with Archod jelly. At least for this specific recipe of Archod jelly, there is a different recipe that takes activated carbon instead of BTX. I think it's an instead of. Hold up, jelly. I thought that other recipe. It's oleocans instead. So it's also going to have that barrel problem, except at that point it's just a different fluid in. Wonderful. So both of the recipes for Archod jelly are going to have this niggling little issue where you're always going to end up with more barrels than what you put in by 5%. It's a 5% difference. So you'll have to always void the extra empty barrels. And my argument is that you have to have that productivity. Like, the whole point of the upgrade is that it adds the productivity. You have to. There is no good way around it unless you remove barrels entirely from the recipes. As in, have it take in BTX fluid and have it send out Archod jelly fluid from the system. Or just one of these, or just one of these things. You can change it to just output Archod jelly fluid. The problem is I don't know if the apiary has a fluid port defined on it. You have to like define a fluid port on the apiary. So there are ways to fix this, but it involves more effort. Like, it has to either input the fluid directly or output the fluid directly. I'm leaning more towards output the fluid directly. You can still require the barrels and output the barrels and have that defined as a catalyst on the empty barrel output, because they already have a fix for empty barrel outputs. You could just apply that to here. But it can't have this barreled fluid as its output. Because that's gonna cause issues. Is causing issues. Anyway, stuff, things, Archods. How many freaking Archod buildings am I going to end up needing? A few. Not that many, but I need a few, and I likely don't have all of them built by now. I have 38 buildings. I have 38 entire buildings. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to plan around that. Where did I just build? I just built here, so we're gonna build it here. We're gonna go right underneath. We're gonna go right underneath, and everything will be awesome. In fact, I'm gonna have to, just for us, I'm going to remove, like, all the stuff involved in making the jelly from this plan, just so that we're not seeing repetition on here. I also shouldn't consider the honey because I'm building honey elsewhere, but I need the honeycombs regardless. I need the honeycombs still, but I'm gonna import honey, I think, just to help simplify this build a bit. I'm also going to need to bring in empty honeycombs to kickstart the process. So funny thing about this build, by the way, is that it is going to overproduce on the used combs. I'm going to be using used combs to produce wax, and then I'm going to use wax to produce empty combs for where I need empty combs. Here, this step. Okay, so I'll have to bring some empty combs with me. Just this was my reminder that I needed to bring some in. But this is going to perpetuate itself just fine. Oh, look, another tech. Glorious. Beautiful technology. I'm going to need a lot of natural gas. That's right. That is also a thing. I'll scale it at my Archods. In fact, the current Archod build is going to just be converted to supply a lot of natural gas. Speaking of which, I also need refined natural gas, which is just, fantastic. What is with this build? It is very much based off of raw gas. Okay. I do need refined natural gas. I do need a source of... Dang it. I just literally deleted 3 doohickeys from this location that could have made raw gas. Wonderful. Wonderful. Absolutely glorious. I'll have something else produce refined syngas. I will also put refined syngas onto the train network, and I will import it. I will do these steps separately, then. This one and this one will end up being separate. I will do that off screen. Just a reminder, we're streaming an extra hour today, yet again. So, none of these are productive, just double checking some of these steps. And not too many opportunities to use beacons here, but there are a couple. Okay. Now, I will need empty combs if I can remember where I have some of these things. So, here's these. I'll take those. Honeycombs from wax. I will also... Am I not doing that here? I don't remember. Ah, I am. Thank you. Thank you for combs. And I will need some barrels. I will need barrels. Yes, I will need lots of barrels. Go faster, please. Go, like, much faster, please. And use this guy. That's better. That's better. Okay, I think I'm okay. Oh, yeah, there's one other very important aspect of this build that I will need to address off screen, and that is the fact that it will use 18 Vrauk. It is the very important aspect that this is going to use 18 Vrauk and a half of a Mukmo two very important things. I do not have Mukmo on my train network. I have Vrauk on my train network. I don't have that much Vrauk production, though. So we have to keep all this in mind. Also, I need to break this down into Kickalk. Kickalk. Where's my Kickalk? Hello? Kickalk. There you are. There you are. Right there. Okay. We ready? We ready? I'm gonna do this now. Let us go to the spot. The spot. The spot right there. We will build this here. Because sure, why the heck not? There's plenty of space. I have declared that there's plenty of space in there, despite the other Archod being more space than this. I will make it work. We will do this more efficiently. It shall be efficient. Ish. Efficient-ish. Alright, we ready to go? We ready? I hope we're ready. Just keeping in mind that none of these numbers in Hellmod are actually accurate. A grand total of 0 of them are actually accurate, nor are they actually accurate in my YAFC sheet that I have next to me. They're not accurate there either. Oh, that's what I did. Yeah, I have also included like all the PTX or all the like other stuff as well. So I need to delete the jelly from here and all the stuff for the jelly. I think that's all I needed to do. Let's also not include the honey. Aspect of this. So that I can import honey. Interesting. How much honey do you say that I need? 283. What? That's weird. So Hellmod, without any productivity, says that the amount of standard honey that I need is 283 units. The amount of honey that YAFC says that I need is 314. I must be missing something. Or there's something different between these two. And I'm not sure what it is. I'll need to pay attention to that. Because it should be using less honey overall, not more. It's making more nests? No, it's not making more nests. What is it making more of? In YAFC. Not making more of anything, so why the heck is it using more honey? Unless... Yeah, weird. Weird. Where is this guy? This guy is this recipe. Huh. There must be a different recipe for something that I'm just blind to. So let me arrange this how I have this arranged in the thing. Then it's this recipe. Third. Vrauk food, Vrauk, combs, honey, and maggots. Then the maggots. Fourth in line. Huh? Fourth in line? Hold up. Hold up. We have Archod. We have this one. We have this one. We have this one. Which looks the same on its inputs. All these numbers are lower. This honey barrel is lower. This honey barrel is lower. And those are the only ones with the honey barrels. This honey barrel is lower. Those are the only 3 with honey barrels. Yes? So then why does this say that I need less honey than this on YAFC? YAFC says I need 6.28 barrels in total, whereas this one says... Ah, there is one that's more. The Archod nest itself says it needs more honey barrels. Despite... Huh. Maggot, honey, empty comb, Vrauk food, Archod jelly. That's very weird. Archod nest recipe. Ah, it's using the wrong nest recipe. I see. Delete that nest recipe. That explains it. That explains it. Good to know that there is a recipe to make nests that is actually worse. Or not really, but it will end up using more honey to do it in that specific recipe. That recipe unlocks at PyScience 4. The recipe that I needed to actually have was one that makes, instead of 5 nests, it makes 3 nests. Now, with that figured out, change that, change the modules to that, and CAGs, and 12 and 1. Done. I know you can't see YFC, but I have to do this. I just have to do this here. Now it's showing a proper honey. It's showing I only need 199 honey. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. It's showing I only need 199 honey. And how does that change inputs and such? Because it did just change how many nests I need. And thus the ratio of some things. What has changed for these numbers? I don't know. So I will need 12.7 Vrauk ultimately. And I will need, oh, I didn't actually break down the biomass either. I need it from Kickalk 1. I need it from Kickalk 1, yes, there we go. So I will need a third of a Navan. I will need a third of a Mukmo. I will need 1.31 Cotton Gut, 1.35 Zip Your Egg, 1.63 Skin, 1.63 Meat, 2 Yadles, 2.64 Hot Coke, Red Hot Coke. I might need to scale that as well. I need 199 of the Archod honey. I apparently need 137 gasoline ultimately. But that's not going to be included as this build. 5.21 Vrauk food. Ooh boy, I'll have to scale that. I need I need sap. I need sap. I need to actually include that in my list. I need the sap in my list. Using level 4 sap trees. Yes, thank you. That's 18 sap buildings. Aha, it's 15.8 Archod jelly barrels. That absolutely changed the amount of barrels that I need of the Archod jelly, so we just did not make enough. We ended up not making enough Archod jelly barrels. For this build. So, oh boy, does that mean I'm going to build this here? Probably not. Yes, I have enough room, actually. I could legit just double this build. I could legit double this build and be fine. Of course, I would scale this part sideways. I would scale this part over here somewhere, and I would add another 4 doohickeys somewhere over here. Somewhere yonder. So let's just bear in mind that I will not be building from here. Let me put a thingy saying, hey, don't build above this line. Do not build above this line. Okay, all that said and done, let's actually build. Let's build some things. That's a lot of inputs. I will probably not finish this today. I have not taken a sap upgrade at this point in time. Nor do I plan to. Ever, probably, except any of those upgrades. Reason being is that they replace the standard recipe rather than add to available recipes. Which means that if I took one of those upgrades, every single location where I have sap currently will break. And the versions of the recipes that add productivity, of course, every upgrade for sap adds productivity to the machine. It will make it very, very difficult for me to actually do calculations of finding out how many buildings I actually need. And, to make matters worse, it is going to use a very, very high throughput of some sort of a fluid in those sap machines. So it makes it more logistically challenging as well. How many of these do I need? I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you including agates? Hello? Did I delete a thing for... No? What? Why? Why are you there? Why are you in the list? Hello? Stuff, things. Order matters, apparently, in Matrix Solver. Order matters in Matrix Solver. Did you know that? Yes. Actually, despite any claims otherwise, order matters. Well. Double! There we go. 12. And then fluids, we have 1 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. We're going to focus on the important parts of the build first, and then do the logistics afterwards, if there is time. And as I've already mentioned, there are some of these inputs that I do not have on the train network, in particular the Mukmo. Mukmo are not on the train network at the moment. Everything else should be. That's also a significant amount of Relesia. I would need 16.5 Relesia. That is one other thing that I did between streams that I completely forgot to mention. I have a factory that is producing Mark II Relesia somewhere. I have forgotten where I put it completely. I would think it would be near my Relesia. Hi, Ollie. Hey, big boy. Yeah, you gonna grab me? Oh, you're gonna start licking. You're gonna start cleaning. I put it somewhere. Did I put it... Was it underneath... Yeah, here. Underneath the phytoplankton. So, over here. Mark II Relesia. Can I just... rant slightly about Relesia upgrades? Because... they suck. They suck. How this happened, I don't know. How it's even... Oh. No, I don't see how that's possible. How that could have happened. To get stuck in that way. It's literally telling it to input priority. They're both on the same lane. Oh, you know what? I know exactly what the hell happened here. So this thing can output on this other lane, and that screwed it. That screwed it up. I need this to be on the other lane. Yep, I need it to be on the other lane. Because it's the left lane that takes actual priority being put onto here. And that was enough to screw it up. To stop it from flowing. I do need to put the modules in here still. But yeah. Yeah, so the... Do you see the problem with Relesia upgrades? Problem is that the Relesia upgrade eats the Faugi upgrade. So Relesia isn't actually upgrading Relesia. Relesia is upgrading Faugi and having a dedicated upgraded Faugi build to feed your upgrading of Relesia. And the Mark IIIs are the same, and the Mark IVs are the same. The Mark IIIs, you will need to make Mark III Faugi to feed Mark III Faugi for your Relesia, Mark III Relesia, and you'll need Mark IV Faugi to feed your Mark IV Relesia production. This is a very, very unique upgrade path there on the Relesia. Not many things requiring having a separate upgraded thing. Okay, start with sap. It's always... Oh, that is not the correct tree. Hello? Buddy, that is not the correct tree. We are on sap tree 4s. Thanks. Thank you kindly, but we are on 4s. $23. Yep. 15, 23. Place the thing. Off we go. There's our sap. Let's get our kickalk into biomass. This needs a significant amount of biomass, so I can't share the belt here. Then what do I want to do next? What is a good next step? So the first step, I'm going to make these Archod honeycombs, and those are going to need the empty honeycombs. So I'm going to cast those. This will need hot air. Do not need more than one. Thank you kindly. Do not need more than one. Will need to make the wax, though, and I will... Ooh, that's right. I will need a voiding line. Yeah, I will need a voiding line. So that needs to be lowered a bit so I can fit said voiding line. I'll do it right in there. You're going to take that input. Output priority right. And that's going to make wax out of used combs. The other thing does not need hot air. So that will be fine. Let's relocate that just there. It'll look messy, but it'll be more convenient for spacing. Okay, then we have this guy. We have 6. We have probably not 6. Let's actually look at what is the intended output. What is the intended output here? 3.77 is how much I actually need. So that's gonna be 4. 4 of this building. And that's going to take in 1, 2, 3 belts of input with a belt of output. We're gonna hold off on all of the like major logistics stuff for the moment, just so that we can actually have an idea of what the actual factory looks like when it's placed, when it's been built. Okay, with that, next is probably not the queens. Queens are not next. Queens I usually do up after making Archod nests. After making Archod nests, and like second option. So next is taking in Archods. Yes, this guy. This guy's going to need 3 barrel things. Oh boy, we need honey, jelly, and refined natural gas. Honey, jelly, and refined natural gas. So, boink, boink, boink. Honey, jelly, refined natural gas. Input, input. Output, output, output. The throughputs of this is going to be relatively low. We will share this belt. We will go down. We will jump. We're going to repeat this as many times as I need. Each section is going to have its own independent barreling setup. I do not need 6 of these. I probably... Yeah, how many do I need? I need, apparently, 3.59, so 4. I am making how many? 22.6? 22.6? Yes, that is 4 of this building. Does this also have prod? So the productivity of this build does take... It already considers the empty barrel outputs. So it does not overproduce the barrels. It used to, but that was fixed. So this system does not overproduce on the empty barrels. The empty barrels are defined as a catalyst. They're specifically defined as an object that productivity ignores, or as an output that the productivity ignores. So that is a thing. 1, 2, 3, 4 belts in with a belt out. Yeah, it's very nice that this the whole of the rest of Archods are fine. It's just the jelly barrels that are a problem. Only jelly barrels are problematic in that they will overproduce barrels just by their nature. Okay, that will be that step. Then it's raise the eggs. So for that, I need to cage Vrauk through the power of speed. This needs 12.7 ultimately of Vrauk, but we need 7.54 for this, which is ever so slightly more than just without this being moduled. This might need to be moved down a fair bit. So this will be a few buildings. Oh, and it's Vrauk paddocks. Right. I'm not carrying any of those around. Huzzah. Let's carry around a few of those. 40 of those. I need 20... Or I need, apparently 56? No, I I don't think so. Does it slow? Does the Oh, right, natural cycle reduces speed, so I do need more. So yeah, the Vrauk paddocks have the natural cycle upgrade, which gives the Vrauk paddocks a 15% productivity bonus, but it also reduces their speed by 25%. So we just have to keep that in the back of our minds that, hey, you do need more of these buildings than otherwise indicated, but it is going to reduce the inputs a fair bit. I do believe that the cages should also be considered a catalyst now, and thus we should not be getting a net gain of cages off of these anymore. There should be no net positive cages. Ahem. There should not be any net positive cages. This entire old system should pretty much only be outputting these used combs at this point, and even then I could reuse them. Most of them, not all of them, do the same thing that I will be doing here. Like, I don't even need to do this anymore. This entire section could be removed from this build just by reusing wax. Anyway, back to the mall again. Vrauk. Where are Vrauk? Vrauk. Where are you? Hello? Vrauk? Vraukis? Vraukis, there you are. Hello. I have 31 of them. That is enough. Not really, but it's enough to start building the build. And then how many Archods are there? 2. Thanks. Thanks so much for that. I do not have enough of these buildings. There's just not enough. Just not enough buildings. Anyway, we'll restock briefly. Oh, good. I have enough turbines. I could add another Mark III line. Where was I? Here. Yeah. Am I carrying my Mark II Vrauk? Yes. I should be pretty careful, though, because this is all of the Mark II Vrauk that I currently have. Because I'm not making any more of them. At least, at the moment. I sort of deleted that build. That was also making the Mark IIs. I removed it. Because the Mark IIs were leeching off of Mark Is. And I didn't need the Mark I build anymore because it was for formic acid, which I'm now making without Vrauk. It was part of my downsizing of a lot of the entity counts and such, which beacons will help with removing a lot more active entities. So that'll be nice. Going around my base, removing active entities whenever possible. Now that I have diet bacon. Yeah, speaking of stuff, let me do that. Go down. No, not there. There. That sounds better. Okay. So we need like 56 of you, huh? 57 of you. We're looking for 26. We're actually looking for 26 maggots. So actually, it's 53. Yeah, the noises of these tier 3 trains are a lot better than the advanced locomotives. The advanced locomotives screech to a halt. These just sound so much better. It's not like scratching a blackboard. Because that was like my bodily reaction to the advanced locomotives brakes. It's like, this is not pleasant in the slightest. How many of these am I building? That's 16 of them. If I'm to do 53, oh hey, it matches. It actually matches. It is 53, 53. So 53 is not a good number to divide. That looks prime. Because it is. 55 or 54 is 3 lines of 18. Okay, how many inputs? 3 total, so 2 lines of input and 1 line of output. Just the throughput will make it so that I do need to be careful. Okay, I should be able to do this. This way. There's 3 outputs, but the total does not equal a value that is greater than 15. And it's not like I should really care at this moment in time, considering I'm about to upgrade my belts to belts that are a bit faster than reds. I do not need 2 lines, no. No. No, I don't need 2. It will be mixed, and I will filter at the end of the line. And these 3 numbers here, these 3 numbers add up to 13.47, which is very distinctly less than 15, which is a lane of throughput of a red belt. So it is less than a lane of throughput of a red belt. So this arrangement will work. Yeah, I have no reason to have the outputs be filtered on output. The belt will I will just filter them at the end. I'll have to filter twice. I'll have to filter for this line separately from this line, because we are dealing with a throughput of eggs that will exceed a red belt. And I'll probably come here later and just use better belts to anyway when I come back to finish the build later. Anyway, what is the next step? The next step is to take our maggots and make nests. What do you mean didn't expect sushi to be happening? What about that? What about the way that I described this screams sushi to you? Sushi refers to a very specific arrangement of a mixed belt that is circular. That is sushi. That is not what I'll be building here. It will be a mixed belt, and a mixed belt is not to be confused with a sushi belt. It very specifically refers to a very real conveyor system that is a continuous circuit. Whoops. A continuous circuit of mixed items. And that is not happening. That should work. I need barreling, so I'll probably have to move this down a bit. I need barreling of the honey and the jelly. So I will grab you again. Cut that, move it down. Hope that's enough space. Now, how many do I actually need of this step? This step is the nests step. YAFC claims I need 25 or 24 and a half. Do I really need that much? Or can I get away with 24? I need 5.47. 5.47. I can get away with 23 of these. Okay, 23 of these. Keep in mind, actual craft time, which is the display of this mod, does not take into consideration that the empty barrels have been marked as a non-primary output, I think is how it's technically defined, but they're marked to not be affected by productivity. They will not be affected by productivity, but actual craft time will still calculate it as if it is being affected by productivity when it is actually not. Another just things that you have to keep in mind with actual craft time. Actual craft time is not perfect in the slightest. It gives you just a general idea of things, but you need to know circumstances in which it is wrong, such as right now, it is wrong. It is not going to output more barrels out than we put in. Yeah. Just so as we know that, I need to decide, because I need at least 23, aka I need 24. This will be 2 lines of 12. Do the throughputs work out this way properly? Yes, they work out fine. They're just fine. They work out well. You don't have to worry too much. We've just been spending a lot of time, more time talking than building. You know, the usual circumstance. I'm just getting the, what I refer to as the skeleton of the build built, I might need to actually shift the entire thing up just a little bit. I've got some room to work with here to shift it if I need to, considering I have two... I actually only have like 2 more steps, I think. 3. Right, this needs the empty combs. This one. Yes, this one needs the empty combs. So I actually have to do the empty combs as well. And you know what? I will do that there. So that will be the empty comb part. And that actually covers all of that. That's all done. That one's done. This gets covered as necessary. That's 2 things being barreled. Yeah, I think that's all fine. I might need to, like, make these barreling machines faster, but that's fine. That will work out fine in the end. So all I have left is additional queens and the Archods. I think that's the last 2 steps. We've got this guy down, we've got this guy down, we've got this guy down, and we've got that caging done. I don't think anything else uses caged Vrauk. This uses uncaged Vrauk. Yeah. Alright, so queens! Queenies. I need, again, the thingy here. Just plonk that, plonk queenies. Queenies. Queens needs 3 according to YAFC, but it's not quite accurate. It's probably going to be really hard for me to actually tell because I only need like apparently 647 micro units per second. 647 micro units of queens per second. It says apparently it is 0.31 barrel per second. So yes, I need 3 of this. That's a bit close to you. I'm gonna cut that, raise it a tile. And you are just gonna have... You need 2 in, 1 out. And then the hard part. Now with the remaining space, we need to barrel 1 thing. And I need to fit 36. 1, 2, 3, 4 belts in and 1 belt out. So clearly there's not enough room here to add a 3rd line, so 36 over 2 is 18. So 2 lines of 18 should work out. And I'm going to say that 1, 2... I'm going to say that I will need to use belts that are better than red. Otherwise, I would actually need to add another belt. Oh, wait, you are a single tile too low. I could have actually added a 3rd belt. The reason why I would need to add another belt would be because of the biomass, I think. No. Actually, no. I'm fine. I'm fine. Never mind. I can divide that in two. It's fine. He's fine. All of these numbers, for the exception of the one that goes in here, which is probably just going to be Yadles and Red Hot Coke, everything else is divided in half. So we are good. We are actually good. I will not have enough apiaries, I think, to complete this build. We shall see. I'm going to grab this whole thingy here, the whole shebang. Stick it down. 6, 8. Grab that whole shebang. 16 slash, or, yeah, 16. Go back down. Wait, what, 16? Alright, there we go. I did not have enough buildings, obviously, but I'll make them. They'll be made eventually. This particular build is required, but not as pressing. I mean, it is one of many bottlenecks currently, is my Archod production for Venom, for good alien samples, for science. That is a bottleneck, but it is not a particularly pressing one. It is one that needs to be addressed, especially as I get into a point in the game where if I want to improve plant output, I will need the pesticides, and that pesticide 1 will eat Venom, which will eat Archods. And I want to make sure that I have enough Archods. Plenty enough Archods. Now, this will need a different belt for the output. This will need to have an upgraded belt for the output. There's not really much way around that. I would need to actually add another belt. I can do shenanigans if I wanted to get the other belt. Actually, that number's greater than... That number's not greater than 30, right? Or, not 30, 60. The number's not greater than 60, so I could split it about halfway and pull it out, have 2 separate output lines. Or, there is an or here. I could make it so that both of the center lines are inputs and swap the furthest line to output, but no, then it's the same problem. I would have to do a lane change halfway through, so I think that this is just going to be how it looks here. By the time we meet again, I'm likely going to have better belts, so we shall see. What I do know at this moment in time is that I do not actually have sufficient production for blue belts to, have an infinite supply of my most up-to-date belt that I can possibly make. The reason for that is that blue belts eat special small parts, and I'm actually spending every single one of those on purple science at the moment. They're all being eaten by purple. I'm pretty sure every single one is being eaten by purple at the moment. Every one that I make. That is my bottleneck for production science, is special small parts. A bottleneck. One of several. And then these are being limited by super steel. Super steel is the limit of special small parts, meaning that my blue belt production would also be limited by this. Where are my labs? My labs are right here. They are right down here, and I bring in purples by Logibot. My Logibots are bringing my purple science down here. And I do have it. It's being made. It is being made. It is glorious. It is processing. I have like 200 labs here. I have 200 labs sitting there, and not enough purple production to actually support them all. What is limiting my... Okay, that needs to be addressed. There we go. What is limiting my super steel? I think... if it would be anything, it would be the Mark II fuel rods. Right? I would think that of anything on super steel, that the limit would be Mark II fuel rods. Right, I do need to import the trioxide at some point as well if I want super alloy. Which, you know, that's important stuff. I need that for the blue belts as well. Super alloy, super steel, and special small parts to make the blue belts. You'll also need it for bacon. We need it for bacon. So keep in mind we need this for bacon. And my techs, once I get these few techs here, I'm going to be focused on unlocking the things that I need to unlock to get into intelligent units and all of the other things that I need in order to make bacon. Real, full, fat, juicy bacon. Ah, yes, it's the americium, it's the plutonium-242. Huh. Oh, Dolly's still sitting here. Dolly's still comfy. Been here the whole stream. She's comfy. She's comfy. Taking her nap right behind my head. Yes, baby. That's my baby. And that's my other baby, my Ollie over here. He's all curled up too. Yeah, the babies are happy. The babies are happy. Happy, sleepy. That is just a bottleneck now, isn't it? Really? You make helium? Okay. That is just a matter of there being overconsumption of what I can make based off of the supply of plutonium-242, which I believe that my supply of plutonium-242 is actually not limited by my production. It is limited by the amount that is loading onto a train. Ish. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could increase that. So I'm gonna go walk on over. Be like, yo, you gotta carry more stuff. Hello, you. Yeah, you're gonna carry you're gonna carry more stuff, and you're gonna be on one of those. You're gonna carry that much times 2 in a thing. Go. May as well upgrade the train while I'm here, while I have it. Ah, the Fat Eye are dancing the night away. We've got a few carapaces there. Ah, that's right. I didn't actually talk about this part either. Potatoes! We last met, and I was out of potatoes. I did not have enough tufra. So I built more tufra between streams. It was before the whole baconing thing. Yeah, I rebuilt my tufra to use the most advanced recipe that I have available to me that is not using any pesticides. There is another recipe that does use pesticides, but it would use a pretty good amount if I were to try to use that for the amount of production that I have currently set it to, which I believe is a full red belt. No, it's not. What is it? Is it 15? Is it 15? It's 15. If I wanted 15 from the other recipe, from the pesticide recipe, which, by the way, Helmod does not want to use that pesticide recipe. He considers it more expensive. Yeah, it would be adding blood meal as well. It would add blood meal and it would add pesticides. It would increase the output pretty considerably, up to 18 from 8. But it's just a lot of stuff to deal with. It's just a lot of stuff for inputs to worry about, and this isn't exactly expensive. Like, this is not an expensive thing to make, so I decided not to use the pesticides for this. The only reason to use the pesticides and to use the more advanced recipes is to either make it faster or to reduce the expense overall, to reduce the overall expense, right? The whole point of using more advanced recipes is that the overall, while the overall complexity of the number of ingredients goes down, or goes up over time, excuse me, the actual, like, individual ingredients should be reducing. The thing is, these are not particularly painful to make, so I'm going to use these. Even if I need more of these, it's still fine, because these are so easy to make. There's other creatures that need more difficult stuff that it makes more sense to use more advanced recipes for, to like, make those specific ingredients last longer, go further, etc. However, that being said, we have reached the end of today's stream. We have done that thing. We have reached the end. It's here. It's after 2 o'clock. Ah, boy. With that, I am going to set up blue belts off screen and all these other belts off screen. I'm going to work on completing the Archod logistics. I'm gonna work on completing these logistics off screen. I will need to scale this to actually further support this. Because as it turns out, I need more than 10. I need more than 500 units of jelly. In reality. I actually need more than 500 jelly. We need all of the jelly. Jelly. Glorious jelly. All of it. But yeah, I will continue working on that going into Thursday's stream, and I will focus Thursday's stream ideally on something more relevant. Well, I'm not decided yet, because I'm in this period where it's like we're upgrading all these things. I'm also in this period where I sort of need to take techs to unlock things to do going forward, and we're sort of limited on what we can do that's new by our current rate of tech production. So, like, no matter what I think that next time we meet is going to be scaling of things that we've already done, unfortunately. But the railing machine is not the wrong way. It is simply full. It is full. It is output. It is outputting the jelly from this machine, and the output is full. So it's not moving because it is done its job to its fullest. So with that, I would like to thank you all for watching. This has been Otaku Show, but if you've enjoyed today's stream, please be sure to do all of the social and engagement stuff down below the video. Leave a like, leave a comment, subscribe if you have not yet subscribed, hit the notification bell, consider becoming a member of the channel by hitting the great big blue join button, and supporting on Patreon at patreon.com/Otaku Show. But if you are so inclined and able, I will be back with more on Thursday. I hope to see you all then.